Yo, yo, yo. Yeah.
Hey! Wow! Warm. That's it. Done.
Done. Now we're ready.
Did you do that in your car this morning?
Actually, I do the vocal warm-up I do in the car. So that was Vince Neil. That's Vince Neil's vocal warm-up before he goes on stage with Motley Crue.
That explains a lot.
When I drive to work in the morning, especially if I'm really tired, like today, I go and I do that, I don't know, like
I like it.
half a dozen times or something.
Yeah.
Motorboating son of a gun.
Yeah, I was taking vocal lessons, like singing lessons for a while.
Yeah.
And that was just one of the many vocal warm-ups. We didn't have to do anything like quite. I had to do some stuff like that, but but that
Definitely had to do that in choir.
But just the just like sliding up and
So
down.
what's the explanation for
Just
doing,
warms
like,
the face up and the throat and everything.
the lips?
Yeah.
Even in improv classes and acting classes, you're always doing those stretching the face out.
Yeah.
I think that just getting the face moving
Big
is probably
face.
smart.
Little face.
Oh,
we did all those
yeah.
those fun
Yeah.
exercises. Do you do anything, Laura? What do you do? Because I pulled up.
I don't.
I pulled up in the parking lot. I was earlier this week with Laura at the same time.
Yeah.
And I just heard music bumping from her car. Just
I do wonder sometimes like how loud my music sounds from the outside, because in my car I don't think it's that loud.
Me, yeah, same. But you
then
were bumping.
then I look around and I'm like, I wonder if people can hear that. But yeah, I just sometimes lately I've been listening to music that doesn't have words, so I'm not even like singing on my way to work. I just talk to my cats.
It's just thumping her in.
Yeah.
just bumping out to those vibes. But yeah, that's funny because Laura was just jamming out, and I always too like when I'm listening to music loudly, especially if my windows are down. I always turn it down when I start getting into a residential area.
Me too, or a parking lot.
Just because
I feel a little self-conscious.
I feel self-conscious, especially if I'm listening to music that's got like cursing in it. I don't want other people to hear it. I just find it to be kind of rude. Like,
And
what if it's a
also,
kid hears it?
All of a sudden, I feel like insecure about my music.
Yeah.
Like I'm like driving and I'm like, I wonder if everyone thinks I'm a loser.
Yeah.
Because I'm listening to Avicii, or whatever it is.
Yeah, no, I hear the same. I feel the same thing sometimes, depending on who I'm listening to. I will turn it down. I don't want people to hear me.
Yeah.
Well, luckily for you guys in the morning, when you pull in here, you're all alone. The only other person you see are each other, probably.
That's true.
And Laura was thumping it. Thing, thing, thing. She'd be if she had a system like a sub, she'd be that person in the neighborhood that you'd be like, God, I hear the screws coming loose in her car every time she drives by.
Exactly.
Yeah, that might just be the final bullet in your vehicle if you had a sub.
Well, we are here this morning. Coming up later on today, we've got more Linkin Park tickets, Linky Pinky.
Yep.
We're going to play the game, finish that lyric, the Linkin Park edition at 7:30 for your chance to win tickets today. Also, coming up later on this morning, we want to know, why did you have to borrow money from your parents?
Oh.
We found out Mr. Beast, who's a billionaire,
Yeah.
the YouTuber, he is a billionaire, right?
Yes.
Officially?
He's worth over $1 billion.
Well, apparently he doesn't have that actual cash. Like he just doesn't have money laying around because he had to borrow money from his parents.
Yeah, for his wedding.
So yeah, we'll get into the full story later. But we want to know: did you have to borrow cash from your folks? So we'll take your calls coming up later on this morning around 8 o'clock. In the meantime,
Let's get it on. And now the big story.
it's time to go around the room sharing what we think the biggest stories of the day are. Who wants to go first?
I can go first.
All right.
I think the big story is that a woman here in Portland got Tinder swindled. A British man has been sentenced to 3 years in federal prison for scamming a Portland resident out of nearly $2 million. His name is Oscar Peters. He's 65 years old. He used the Millionaire Matchmaker dating website to contact the victim. He claimed to be a billionaire living in Denmark, but then he set up an elaborate series of stories to get payments out of this person. Things that included, my ex-wife froze all of my assets.
Oh, come on.
So I need money for business obligations. And the victim fell for it and gave him a ton of cash. But now he, Oscar, is going to be spending a couple of years in prison. He did plead guilty to wire fraud. So.
Oh,
Jeez.
Oscar.
Oh, come on now.
The big story to me is the Nintendo Switch 2 is officially out. Well, I guess in theory, all major retailers are sold out through pre-orders, but this is kind of interesting. Some of those retailers are expecting to be restocked at some point for today's launch day. So I guess there are going to be some showing up in random stores, but I don't know how. I mean, that doesn't sound, I wouldn't be very confident that you're going to get one today, but hopefully they can turn it around quick. The price is $449, or bundled with Mario Kart World for $499. You'd be a fool not to get the Mario Kart with it, because that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know, you always got Kart in your back pocket, and then you go from there.
I think the big story of the day is driverless cars in San Francisco are showing human-like behaviors, such as impatience, indicating an increased intelligence in robot taxis. Robo-taxis. University of San Francisco engineering professor William Riggs observed a Waymo car creeping forward at a pedestrian crossing before the person actually had crossed.
Oh, no.
This behavior hasn't previously been seen in robotic cars, though Waymo says it aims for assertiveness in order to blend into the environment and be more predictable. The company has faced challenges in balancing following traffic laws and transporting customers, efficiently. Data shows that 696 crashes involving Waymo since 2021, which with one incident involving the death of a small dog.
Oh, my God.
Tesla's self-driving taxi, they launch in Austin. The launch in Austin, rather, is delayed due to concerns raised regarding the full self-driving program.
So now we're just mowing down pedestrians? Like, what is happening? I mean, first we're just creeping through a crosswalk. What next?
I like how the technology's supposed to mimic us, and we're all just impatient, angry humans, and it's just gonna do the same thing that we're doing.
I think the whole point is that it shouldn't mimic our behavior, because that's what gets people into car accidents, right?
That's why we're having the AI do it, because we're a mess.
There
and we
should
can't
be
be trusted.
A cap on its programming, just stick to the laws and stop thinking so much.
Yeah.
I mean, but I wonder how it compares to humans. Like, how often do we hit people in a crosswalk? Those sound like big stats, but I'm sure humans are hitting humans. And
true.
Running red lights. And are we doing it more or less? But I don't know.
Creeps me out.
More on those stories at 1059thebrew.com. All right, coming up later on, we're going to check your talkback messages. We got Linky Pinky tickets.
Yeah, 2 in the link.
It's so much going on. Hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
At the top of the show, we were talking about our vocal warm-ups. You know, we wake up early in the morning and we got to start talking, right away on this dumb little show. And in the morning, especially this morning, like on days like today when I'm really tired, I need to do some sort of like vocal exercise.
Yeah.
And so I do this thing where I go, and I do that like half a dozen times or whatever until I just feel like my face is warmed up.
You're all buzzed up.
Yeah.
And Fat Thor heard us talking about that and sent us a talk back through our iHeartRadio app.
Hey, Brew Crew, Fat Thor here. Heard you guys talking about vocal warm-ups. My go-to is the Joker laugh from the animated series, and it goes like this.
That's pretty good.
That's
pretty impressive.
That was pretty good.
Nice work, Thor.
Wow.
Wow. I got to put that on a hotkey.
He might have a future there.
That laugh is
Yeah.
going on a hotkey, Fat Thor.
Yikes.
All right. 98197 is our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. You can also send us a talk back like Fat Thor just did through our iHeartRadio app. Download it for your cell phone today. Guys, it's sad. Everything is shutting down.
Okay, what's next?
You know, we've got some of your favorite businesses have been shutting down.
Joanne
restaurants.
Fabrics?
We just lost
Right.
Rite Aid.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the Rite Aid, like Rite Aid by my house, my pharmacy. I have to find a new pharmacy because it closes on the 13th.
Very inconvenient.
Well, now Hooters. And we already lost our Hooters here in Portland. We lost that years ago in Jansen Beach.
Is it going all the way away?
Well, Hooters on Wednesday, just yesterday, closed more than 30 locations across several states. The company, which has been closing locations since last year, said the move was a difficult decision, but the company also didn't provide a complete list of closures. But some of the affected locations they do know are in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and the Carolinas.
They already took ours away.
Yeah.
We lost ours in Jansen Beach, I don't know how many years ago. I feel like a long time ago because I feel like that location's been multiple things since then.
Now it's JB's Chicken Palace. I'm pretty sure is what it is.
Well, Hooters was part of the original Wing Wars.
Yeah.
I mean, they go all the way back to the beginning. And so, like, while their business model is dated because they're from another time, it's sad to see it go.
But, like, have they tried improving the food? Like, I feel like
Yeah.
they
That's the
lean so
problem.
heavily on the fact that you can go and see Hooters.
They
that
lean so heavily on
they didn't-
vibes.
Yeah, that they didn't like work on
needs-
the menu at
See, for me,
all.
like, I want a place that's got good vibes and good food. When you
Yeah.
have just cool vibes, it's not that great. I've only been to Hooters like twice, and they were both very not. They were very bad.
Yeah.
Each time was very bad, like very unsatisfied.
Right.
Left like, boy, you want to stop by McDonald's and get some actual, something else on the way home.
It sounds like it's the adult version of what happened to Chuck E. Cheese. You know,
Yeah.
like you go there expecting like a good pizza. You're not getting that. You're here for the vibe. But eventually that business model falters. You need good food.
You ever thought about working at a Hooters, Laura? You ever apply at a Hooters?
Hoot
no,
dogs?
I mean that would have been when I was younger that I would have.
That hoot o'clock.
Yeah, I think the ship has sailed for me on the whole Hooters gig, and it's a good thing I didn't, invest all my time in trying to get a job there because
Climb the corporate ladder
The
and
business
boom.
model didn't seem to work out very well, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
You could have been big over there, I'm sure. But yeah, it just doesn't pen anymore because it's not. You don't flaunt females the way you used to.
Yeah.
So it's just one of the just another business rather that's closing here in
Well,
America.
As long as the one in Vegas is still around,
Yeah.
that's all that really
It's still
matters.
open on
We'll
the
probably
strip.
hold on to that.
Fantastic Four, First Steps, the next Marvel film is going to be out, I believe, July 25th.
Okay.
And it looks pretty good. The thing is, they always have for these movies, they have these popcorn buckets that are really popular.
yeah, like the whole gimmicky thing.
It's like that's one of the reasons that's getting people in the theaters.
Yeah.
People are like collecting these popcorn buckets. And the one that's coming out for Fantastic Four is 17 and a half inches tall and 20 inches wide.
Dang.
It's a chode popcorn bucket.
It's a child. And they're giving you a giant. I mean, you're like, where are you gonna? You gotta put that in your lap during a movie. It
Yeah,
thing's
how do
huge.
you even?
You're gonna get an extra seat for it.
Yeah, exactly. Truly though, because where are you? You're not just gonna sit the entire movie with that on your lap.
So Laura looked it up, and it looks like Galactus, which if you know the Marvel universe, Galactus is this big giant it looks like a man. It's just a big giant monster-sized creature.
Okay.
But yeah, it's going to be 17 and a half inches tall, 20 inches wide.
Because it's got like
20 inches. I mean, if you think about that, that's all the way. It's all the way across your lap.
it's the length of your seat, basically.
Yeah.
It's a lot of corn.
Because but that's the thing though, is that it's not all filled with popcorn. Because the thing that makes it so wide are like these arms
Galactus
that come out.
has like a helmet that's got these things that come out the side of his head.
Oh, so you
So it's
don't
like-
even get like extra popcorn?
No.
Oh.
Well, you might. Listen, if it's
I mean,
20
with
inches wide, you might get some
and
extra
the
popcorn.
17 inches, I'd imagine it's probably
It's pretty
filled
deep.
to the,
Probably get your whole arm in there.
But
Yeah.
it just doesn't that seem a little excessive?
People
I
like
get-
price tag on
I
this?
get what
People
they're
like their
trying to do,
popcorn. Well,
yeah.
but I don't know however much a popcorn bucket is.
Well, I don't
I'm
know.
guessing
Probably 30
does
bucks,
everyone get
maybe?
it, or do you have to pay?
No,
you have to
gotta
pay for it,
extra
yeah.
for that.
$30.
Probably. I mean, maybe more. That thing is huge.
Maybe more.
Dang.
But there you go. July 25th, Fantastic Four First Steps will be out, and you'll be able to get these the biggest popcorn bucket I've ever seen, 17 and a half
Known
inches
to
tall.
Man, goodness sakes.
20 inches wide. But it is the first look at Galactus. They're saying, they haven't really revealed him in the trailer. You see like a shadow of him and like his foot.
Yeah, well,
you
now
know.
you see the popcorn
So
bucket.
popcorn kind of seals it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It's like
what
when
happens.
the toy comes
it's
out.
this exact same thing. The toys come out and they kind of spoil the movie for you because they have to get the production done.
And then somebody leaks a little figurine, and boom,
Yeah.
you know who's in the movie.
Well, there it is. If you want to see the trailer for Fantastic Four, that's how they literally do that in the commercial.
Are you excited about the movie?
I am
Tanner?
excited. I feel like Marvel, Thunderbolts is really good, so I feel like they're back on track.
Oh, that's good.
So we'll see though. But yeah, the trailer, the music for Fantastic Four. It's very intense. Fantastic Four.
That's what you should sing for your warm-ups on the way to
it
work.
will be once he sees the movie.
1059thebrew.com. Check out the trailer.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
was starving for some action, and Stanley Cup Finals Game 1 was going down between the Oilers and the Panthers, and really, I didn't know who to pick in this series. I saw that Vegas had the Oilers winning the game by a slight edge, but I do have an advantage. I have a Canadian neighbor.
Oh.
So I texted him. I'm like, dude, I need hockey advice because I need to watch sports, but I also don't know who's going to win. He said, I'm throwing my cash on the Oilers, so I did that. And then all of a sudden you found yourself down 2-1, then down 3-2, but then the Oilers came back and tied it, sent it to overtime, and got lucky on a power play where they had the advantage with just seconds left in the first overtime when this happened.
Now to the point, Bouchard. Nugent Hopkins with it. Here's McDavid. Out in front. Score! Leon Draisaitl! The Oilers win game 1.
And I'm sitting there, and it's nearly bedtime. I'm watching Gemstones on the big TV. I've got it on my phone in my lap on the side. If you don't watch much hockey, they almost score like every 5 seconds. It's so nerve-wracking. I don't know if I can put my cash on it just for my heart in the next game. Tonight, a more laid-back experience.
You say, they almost score.
Yeah, exactly.
But they don't. That's usually what it is. Very low-scoring games.
They get close.
Yeah, that is so true. A total of 7 goals. But it's amazing that it doesn't go in more often, but it's just slap, slap, slap. Finally, tonight, NBA Finals. There is action galore. It's going to switch off days. You can catch this one on ABC. It starts at 5 o'clock. Now, it's the Oklahoma City Thunder trying to bring home the championship. Can they stop the Pacers? We'll break it down in an hour. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. Coming up around 7:30 this morning, we do have your tickets to Lincoln Park. Linky Pinky.
Ow.
They're going to be taking over the Moda Center in September. We'll send you there, 7:30 this morning. Also, we're going to check your talkback messages, so download our iHeartRadio app if you got something to say to the show or a suggestion or a comment, whatever it is. Also, I want to tell you about the Advocates. You guys hear me talk about these guys all the time. AdvocatesLaw.com. I bring them up because the insurance companies, man, they like to toy with you. Of course, they take your money every month happily. But as soon as you're in an accident and you're injured and you need to take care of your medical bills, they become difficult. They become like an ex-girlfriend, like hard to get a hold of. So why don't you reach out to the Advocates? They're easy to get a hold of, and they're going to make sure that these insurance companies pay you what you're owed. They actually have been doing this a long time, so they know exactly what to say and exactly what to do to these insurance companies to make sure that they pay you what you're owed. Because that's all you're asking for, just so you can take care of your bills, so you can focus on your recovery. All right, that's what you should be focused on after an accident. So reach out to them, AdvocatesLaw.com. They don't get paid until you win, so there's no risk to you, and they've gotten over $100 million for their clients. All right. AdvocatesLaw.com. The next time you're in an accident, you're going to need more than an attorney. You're going to need an advocate. Tell them Tanner sent you. AdvocatesLaw.com.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
1059 The Brew, Portland's rock station. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. If you're not feeling like you're up this morning, like you're just moving a little slow,
Yeah.
Maybe Pearl Jam Black wasn't helping.
It didn't do it.
Maybe you need something to just wake you up this morning.
Yeah.
I got just the thing, you guys.
Okay.
I got just the thing.
I can't remember anything. Can't tell if this is true or dream. Deep down inside I feel the scream. This terrible silence stops me. Don't you know now that the war is through with me, I'm waking up, I cannot see that there's not much left of me. Nothing is real but pain now. Hold my breath as I wish for day. Oh, please, God, wake me.
Ooh, I like that way too much.
It was kind of fun.
Yeah.
Metallica and Michael Jackson's PYT.
Man, too bad that co-headlining show couldn't go.
Yeah, that's pretty one thing, which I didn't know.
Pretty young thing?
So it's pretty one thing.
Pretty one thing.
Oh, you didn't say PY.
Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe that's a typo. God, yeah. The song's called PYT.
I can't trust anybody.
Yeah,
All the AI went into the song, not
it
the
says they do pretty one thing twice, so maybe PYT is the mistake. I don't know.
Let's see.
Either way.
Oh, POT.
It's a mashup.
doesn't sound-
Yeah, I like the song, even with the typo.
Yeah.
It's pretty young thing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, see, okay, but it's probably like is it like a play on the name of the Metallica song?
Yeah,
Pretty One Thing.
Oh, God.
Yeah, definitely.
God.
Wow, wee, wah, woo.
I figured you had that part.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
Pretty one thing.
Over our heads, but we figured it out. We got there
Yeah.
eventually, and that's all that matters. That's what people remembers is us
The
getting
end,
there.
the end
No,
game.
I don't think that's.
Over your heads and through the woods. That's what they say.
All right. I got 18 seconds to hit the dump button, but
No.
now the moment's
Let's
passed.
let's just embrace it.
All right, coming up later on this morning, we've got Linkin Park tickets. If you want to go see them at the Moda Center, we're going to finish that lyric around 7:30 this morning.
Yeah.
Also, I got a list here of the recommended age for men to stop doing specific things.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Like, maybe, when should you stop smoking weed? Or when should you stop playing video games?
When should you stop putting empty liquor bottles on the top of your fridge as decoration?
Oh, I still do that.
Oh.
But they look sweet, Laura. It's a highlighter.
It's really good. Anyway, we'll get down this list here in just a few minutes. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on 1059 The Brew. We're commercial free.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake.
Happy Thursday. Beefwater will be here later on this morning with another Not Necessarily the News. Also, we'll get you some Linkin Park tickets here in about 30 minutes. I found this on the internet, though. It's from Alpha Male, the website Alpha Male, and it's a list of the recommended age for men to stop doing specific things.
Okay.
Which just that title, it frustrates me a little bit, like why you're required to grow up, but
like I don't want to grow up.
Well, let's see the list first, because some of these might be valid.
Some are, I think, and some aren't.
Okay.
Maybe. I mean, I don't want to sit here and out myself right away.
Yeah.
I want to see what things I need to deny.
But yeah, this is the recommended age for men to stop doing specific things. And, I'm 43 years old here, and I'm looking at the list here, and a lot of these things you're supposed to stop doing in your 20s.
Yeah, and I've got a birthday coming up, so I'm been dragging my feet and bumming about it. You know how it gets when you get like the weeks up to your birthday. So like this list is gonna hit home.
Yeah. So yes, Alpha Male put this list together. What do you think? Like, before we go down the list here, let me ask Laura first. What do you when you go on a date with a guy and he's just in his 40s and he's still doing something and it's a huge turnoff? Like, what is that thing?
Okay, this is controversial. But if you have roommates in your 40s, get out of here. You're done. Like, I think you should not be living with other people who are not a partner.
Yeah, like I live in a quad. I'm 46.
You'd be surprised. It's like, I got 3 roommates. I'm like, we're done. We're not doing
and
that.
it is ever more tough to pay the bills by yourself.
Sure, like I get that.
But you're looking for somebody who's
I'm looking for some
their life.
stability in my life. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Drew, what about you? What do you think is something that a man should stop doing when he's an adult?
Clubbing / hitting the bars.
Oh, yeah. Especially the bars are one thing.
Adult.
Like dive bars, one thing. Clubs.
And also like
if you're at Coyote Ugly and you're in your 50s,
you're putting the shirt on. You're fully like you're in D-bag mode and you're going at like 11:30 at night to go sniff butts and you're 41.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe not.
What's that club downtown where they dance on the bar? The Rock
Dixie.
Dixie, that's it. The Dixie.
Which it's a great time. I've had great times at all
so
those
have
bars.
But when you see the old dude in there with his collar popped, and like you go, oh my God, this is sad, bro. You're sad, and it's so obvious.
I would take it one step further too, and extend it to just like the bars, but not like go to the bars, have fun every once in a while, close it down, whatever. But if you're closing down the bar every weekend and you're 40 years old,
we're all going to have wild nights. I'm
totally,
on board for wild nights where we go, what are we even doing here? And you do that.
I should be in bed.
But don't make that like every Friday, Saturday, you pump, and return.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, well, here's the list that they put together on Alpha Male. Number 1 at the very top of the list here is living with your parents. That should stop by at least, I think this is way late, but they say at least by the age 25, unless you're attending school. Caring for your parents or some other valid reason, Yeah, 25 is a bit late.
See, 25 seems young to me.
I guess nowadays
In
it's
this day and
changing. Yeah,
age.
because I moved out when I
Yeah.
was 20, and I thought that was a little late.
I would
Yeah.
say, I would say 25, 26. Once you get in your late 20s, you're reaching.
And we're getting more like Asian cultures now because of prices that you're going to
Yeah.
see kids staying later.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe that's smart, right? If your parents will
expensive.
let you, like
People can't buy houses.
Live in your parents' basement and save some money.
Yeah, that house is going to be yours someday, so you might as well stay there because you're not going to be able to buy one.
Yeah.
Another thing on this list here, a recommended age for men to stop doing specific things. Taking money from your parents, age 23 is the age that should be cut off.
Oh,
Unless they're
man.
helping you out so you can pursue your doctorate or a graduate school or something, it's probably not good to be taking money from your parents.
Get off your parents' phone.
Yeah, there
Bill.
comes a time.
But coming up in an hour, we want to know, though, why did you borrow money from your parents?
Yeah.
Another thing that it's recommended for men to stop doing at a certain age is blaming everyone else for your behavior. By the age of 25, it's safe to say that all your problems are your own fault. Probably.
Yeah, see, I feel like early on I knew I was the problem.
Right.
You know, like I blaming others, I never really had a problem with. I just knew I had problems.
Yeah, I don't think you should
I'm
ever
the
be
problem.
blaming other people for your bad
that was
choices.
pretty
but-
obvious. Who was
yeah.
causing everything in my
Laura's
life.
speaking directly to you right now.
Yeah.
as
Come
she
on,
should.
no.
As she
90,
should.
9414 just sent a text message in and said, "Laura, you were spot on about the roommates. Still playing video games past 35 years old. He's a loser. Get a table saw and build something."
See, I do feel like video games in moderation are fine. It's one of the last, relatively cheap or like easy forms of entertainment.
Video games is on the list. They say unless you're making serious bank as a live streamer, 24 is about the time you
No.
should stop making daily gaming marathons.
Okay.
Marathons.
So
Yes.
that's because I read that
Yes.
and I go, okay, I don't do daily marathons anymore. I play on like Fridays and Saturdays, and that's
Right.
if that. Maybe I'll throw in a quick game on the weekday, but that's honestly like 5% of the time. I haven't, I can't remember the last time I actually did that during the week.
I think if it's just like a hobby you do for fun every once in a while, like you guys do, that's fine. But
When
when
GTA
it's
6 comes
all
out,
the
that's
time,
all I'm gonna be doing.
The numbers are going to sweat.
Smoking weed's also on this list.
Nah.
Recommended age for men to stop smoking weed is 22 years old. It's time
22.
They say it's time to move along to healthier forms of recreation.
Oh, come on. I think that's more, and this is alphamale.com, remember?
Yeah, which I mean, that was the first indicator that this list was going to be a little
Yeah.
bit
Bros
whack.
don't smoke weed.
This person from 3842 says the list is from Alpha Male. I immediately dismiss it based on that.
Yeah, right.
But there are some good points there. I think that at the age of 22, it's time to stop being a stoner as like who you are.
For sure.
You're like if you smoke weed after you accomplish a great day, then go get it.
Yeah. Work hard, play hard,
Yeah.
Another thing on this list here, the recommended age for men to stop doing specific things is not taking care of your body. Your future self will thank you if you make fitness a priority by the age of 22.
It takes a while longer than that for most of us.
I did not. I'm in my
22.
40s. I'm just
Well,
now
I
getting
feel
around
like
to it.
at 22,
attacking
you
myself.
still think you're invincible and you can eat whatever you want.
Well, you can.
because-
At 22, I feel
right,
like you can.
That's I feel like most people don't. And you should
about 32?
You should get in the habit earlier, but Tana, you're probably more on the nose with the 32.
32 it almost exactly is. Maybe a couple of years later, my second kid was born. Before that, I did nothing.
The recommended age for men to stop doing specific things, according to this Alpha Male website, is partying. We kind of mentioned that. To be clear, everyone's likes to have a good party, they say, but making it like an everyday thing where you're closing out the bar. It's probably time to be done with that by age of 27, they say. Financial responsibility by age of 26. Hooking up, they say you need to be done with random hookups by age of 28. And
At least they give you some time to shop around there, but
Right.
random hookups, that's where you're like, I have no intention of calling you.
yeah, and I always felt like we've all had one night stands, and I always feel like really icky after a one night stand, even though I'm a dude and like I'm glad I got laid or whatever,
You'll
But
take
like,
the win.
I still feel like icky about
Just
it.
leaves you feeling empty.
I
Yeah,
was never
On the
built for it.
inside.
I was
Yeah.
never ever built for it.
I would get kind of sad. Like I wouldn't be like, yeah, bro, I clapped cheeks. I always just felt kind of like lonely, I guess.
You had those friends who like really felt like that was an exciting thing to do,
Yeah.
and that wasn't my deal.
I just realized right then that was like, I think I'm a one-person type of a guy.
I'd rather have a girlfriend.
Yeah, I don't want to be sleeping around. I don't want to be disappointing that many people. I need that kind of stress. We have talkbacks coming into us through our iHeartRadio app. You can send us one anytime. Download it for your cell phone.
Pretty much anybody over 40 should not be riding a skateboard.
I bought one not too long ago.
He bought one at 40, and then
I fell.
Yeah, how'd that work out for you?
Because I was like watching some videos. I used to skate in high school, and I loved it.
You're like, I can do a kickflip.
Well, I went to Zoomies, and I had one built.
Are you serious? You had one built, bro.
I had a custom build, and then I went home and I started practicing my ollie again, which was pretty ugly.
Oh, I was going to say it's pretty hot.
It was pretty ugly at first, and then I started getting it going, and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to try some pop shove-its, and then I'm going to try some kick flips and heel flips. And once I started trying those, I fell. And it hurt. Like, back when you're a kid, you can fall and you bounce right back up.
Yeah, it's different now.
I laid there for 23 minutes.
I would love to see the Ring video doorbell footage of that.
I was like, oh, someone bring me a can of corn. Can of corn and I'll be fine.
Yeah.
More talkbacks through our app.
When these guys pay my bills, then I'll care about... Well, no, I still won't care what they have to say, but I might listen to it a little bit more.
All right. They're not paying my bills. I'll do what I want.
Yeah.
That's what he says.
Fair enough.
More talkbacks.
I don't know what happened with that thing, but yeah, it went south real quick. So anyways, I own the house and I rent the rooms out, they were, I get it. We didn't hook up, but I'm just helping out the homeless people, just giving them a roof over their head. I'm going to tear up just thinking about it. They better pay their rent on the 1st. Yeah. Maybe next time in another life. Yeah. Helping out the homeless in my house that I own.
Don't know what's going on.
No idea what is happening.
What in the world?
The hell? We got some some text messages coming in on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. This text from 1790 said, "This list is dumb." Fat Thor says, "Who wrote this list? Hitler?" All right. This one says, well, I don't disagree about the roommates and living with parents. In 20 years, the cost of living will be so high that I'm unsure those ages will be responsible.
Yeah, I mean, things are tough out there. That's for sure.
Yeah, get comfortable.
3701 says, what the F do they want guys to do? Just pump iron all day?
Yeah.
I like to play video games, and I'm 34 and married. Every day, I do this every day just to survive the Twilight Zone BS that we live in right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's important. You have to have little fun getaways. My video game session might be 45 minutes or an hour, but it's an hour where you're not worried about all your other problems.
Right.
Or, whatever. Yeah. Fill in the blank here. If some bro says, and I love to work out, but if he says you can only work out and eat steak in the yard, that's not... how that goes.
2396 says, one thing that you should change when you grow up is your clothes. After 30 years old, you need to start dressing like a man. Put away the tight pants and the Jordans. You're not a child.
I don't agree.
I like the Jordans. I wear my J's all the time.
Well, I do feel like
Jordans
we do work in an industry where
it's a little
there's
more
no dress code really.
Yeah.
I feel like if we lived in like the quote unquote professional world, you would be more in the habit of
because I gotta
dressing
be honest,
a certain way.
I don't dress like exactly like I did in high school, but it's definitely the same style. Like that's I like the skater. Like I go to Zoomies and PacSun and stuff like that. Like
you don't have the big boat shoes anymore.
I don't have the big skate shoes like the Osiris's or anything like that. But I used to, I love skate shoes and things like that. But I feel like I still kind of dress the same.
Mm-hmm. Well, I also have seen myself through the years and how things age. Like you look at anytime you get bold with like button-ups trying to look 35 when you're 35, they age terribly. You know what doesn't? A t-shirt and a pair of jeans.
Yeah, I think it's more about how you style it. It's like you
nicer jeans, decent shoes, wear a hat, but have a nice hat.
Yeah.
Just don't look like a schlublet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there it is. What are we missing from this list here? 98197 is our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. You can also shoot us a talkback message through our iHeartRadio app. We still have your Lincoln Park tickets coming up this morning. Happy Thursday. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We were just going down this list here of the recommended age for men to stop doing certain things. Mm-hmm. And it was like a lot of stuff that we like to do. They were just like, hey, you got to stop playing video games and,
It sounds like something would be concocted in the 80s. You're like, oh yeah, these are the following things that cause bad behavior.
Well, I think it's good to point out, like, hey, you should focus on your mental health. You should focus on taking care of your body. You should try not to play video games for 8 hours every single day.
Yeah, but it's weird. It's weird that.
But if you can pull some of this stuff off and still manage like a decent life, I suppose, what does it matter?
It is interesting though that mental health was not actually mentioned on this list at all.
It is. I'm sorry, tending to your mental health.
Oh, it is on there?
It is on this list,
Oh,
yeah.
that's
Did I
good.
not mention that on the air?
No, I don't think so. That is good, especially from a website called alphamale.com. I wouldn't necessarily think that would be on the list, but that's great.
The age is 25. You got to release, they say 25 years old, it's time to start focusing on your mental health.
Nice,
and to defend the list a little bit, it is alpha male, but there's fine print there, like where it says, don't be smoking weed after 22, and then the fine print says, an occasional toke isn't a big deal. Video games, don't play video games on a marathon. So I think that we see like, don't play video games, but it's like, don't binge video games.
It should just say, don't do what Pew Boy does, and you will be fine.
And the rest will follow.
This text says, with live streaming video in studio, can you guys... we can tell you guys don't have a dress code. Oh, thanks.
That is so
Thank you very much.
Rude.
You can follow us and watch the show.
Accurate.
Yeah, accurate.
Comfortable.
Fair. Hurtful, but accurate. Go check out the video stream. It's all powered by video only. You can watch the show in real time as it happens at 1059thebrew.com.
We should have like a business casual day where we all dress up.
Like dress up. Dude, I would love to wear a suit. I love suits. I just don't have a reason to wear a suit.
Right.
See, all people who don't wear suits for a living love suits. People who wear suits are like, God, I'd love to get in a t-shirt.
Yeah, I'm
so
sure.
Is that little FOMO.
But man, just people look good in a suit. Nice sharp suit that's fitted. That's fitted well. Like you look terrible if it's not fitted well.
Every man looks good in a suit.
Yeah.
Only for about a month, and then that suit is dated. Like suits date worse than anything in the world.
My uncle, when my grandmother passed at 98, this was, I don't know.
Years and years
ago, 15 years ago or something like that. I didn't have a suit, and I didn't have any money at the time either, so he bought me a suit, and I put that thing on a couple of years ago, and I felt like I put on something from the 80s.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, there's like a
all
gold
squared out.
Yeah, there's like a gold turtleneck. There's like shoulder pads.
What? It's gold turtleneck?
Dude, it was Texas. And my uncle picked it, and he's a Tex.
That's amazing.
God.
And,
if I could
I
get
was
a picture.
thinking maybe some tweed, but the turtleneck.
Oh, it was hideous.
Wow.
And it's like, it
And
wasn't
the
that
barrel
long ago.
The barrel legs on the pants, you could skate in them.
Yeah.
It's amazingly terrible.
So there's the list. There's a couple of things we didn't list on there, like taking the mental health and then financial responsibility. I'm not sure if we mentioned that or not.
I think we said that. Yeah.
So.
All right. Well,
I do agree with a lot. Like, take care of your body, your bank account, your mind.
I feel like the ages maybe or what. Like, they're like, you got to get a fitness routine by the time you're 22. Okay, pump the brakes.
Yeah, let's live a little.
Yeah.
Go to Cabo, wreck your liver for a couple weekends, and then then work out.
98197, that is our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. This is interesting. I know you like to get your gamble on, sir, Drew.
I do like a little sports bet.
Would you like to bet on if Jesus will return or not?
Oh,
Man,
come on now.
It'd be a good bet, but can I live long enough to cash the ticket?
Looks like wagering site Polymarket has an interesting bet that's gone live. The return of Jesus Christ. This bet is open literally as we speak, and it's going to remain live until 11:59 on December 31st of this year. An account is required to trade on the site, and wagers have been active since March 20th. So right now, the betting market is saying that there is a 3% chance Jesus will return to Earth
3%
by year's end.
How do they calculate that?
That's a pretty big percent chance, actually. 3.
Yeah.
A 3% chance that Jesus could come for his holy people.
Now, can you bet
this year?
Can you bet against it? Like, because bet for or against?
You
or is
should be able to.
I mean, that seems like automatic lost money for them. I mean, when Jesus doesn't show up on New Year's Eve and I cash the big money winner.
People really will bet on anything.
Yeah.
It's...
Bet on if Jesus will come back, and then maybe there can be like side bets on that, like where will he come back?
Where will he appear
in
first?
New York City? Will it be in China?
Jerusalem?
Yeah, could be at the wall.
You guys are more educated on this than I am. If Jesus rolls back,
the rapture.
What happens? Like, are there earthquakes, or are we still
From what
able
I
to go
understand,
to Applebee's?
all the believers will hear a trumpet. This is true. From what I understand, like we won't hear
Jason Derulo's trumpets, or just
Jason Derulo's trumpets will come on, and all the believers will just disappear. Like literally, like let's say
we'll leave our clothing and we'll just poof gone.
Like let's say my grandmother, she's a believer. She's got a hip replacement. Like she broke her hip. If when the rapture comes, she will disappear, but her hip replacement will still be there along with her clothes.
Yeah, like according to if you subscribe to like what the Left Behind books say. Great series.
And then there'll be 7 years of tribulation.
Yeah, but like people's like the fillings in your teeth will be left behind.
Earrings.
My nose ring.
Prosthetic limbs.
Yeah.
So how am I going to cash my ticket when it's going to leave my ticket behind if I'm considered a believer?
So I'm assuming like
we bet on Jesus.
You just because you bet doesn't mean that you're a believer.
No, I know,
but that does complicate things though, because if
you
say
I feel like it should be.
If you say that you think Jesus will come back by the end of the year,
then you
believer. Probably believe it, and then it's a moot point because you won't be able to cash your ticket.
And if you say
you'll be in heaven.
I get that point.
If you say no, you never get it.
Then then you're screwed because you're down here with all the rest of the heathens.
Yeah, so basically you have to not be a believer to say he's coming back. Because when he comes and then takes all the people, you still need to be here to get your money.
Yeah.
Okay.
This seems like a lose-lose.
So like you're super bummed, but you're rich.
Yeah.
Got left behind, but I got $3,800.
Yeah. So yeah, after the rapture, then there's 7 years of tribulation where the Antichrist will rule the earth.
Oh.
And then
it's
after Jesus gets here,
because Jesus bails.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
Jesus doesn't stick around.
yeah, he takes the
Drew.
Holy Spirit with him, and then it's just the devil.
Yeah,
and the
just
Antichrist.
and pandemonium.
That's right.
You guys have been carrying a lot. That's a lot of information.
Weeping and gnashing of teeth, Drew.
And then the one world government, and then the
Yeah.
chips, and the mark of the beast.
I mean, the chips are already happening.
Chips?
Yeah,
where they get a half a bag?
No. Like a
They
computer
stopped.
chip.
Where's all my Doritos?
It is hell.
They're putting less chips in there. That is true. It is very irritating.
That's because they're implanting all the chips in our heads now.
Oh, okay.
Those are the chips we're referring to, Drew.
Also, extremely disappointing.
Less chips in the bag, but more for their foreheads.
This is your future.
Yes.
I've learned a lot.
Yeah, the Left Behind. I've read all the Left Behind books.
Buckle up. I only read the kid ones.
You read the kid Left Behind books?
Well, I was a kid.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
No, you should have read the grown-up one as a kid. Buckle up.
Yeah, for
There's
sure.
like
nightmares.
The main series is like 12 books, and then there's a bunch of like spin-offs. And
I do remember enjoying them.
they were really good.
Maybe
yeah,
I should.
the movies are
Give
terrible.
it a try.
Yeah, isn't it
Kirk Cameron?
Kirk Cameron.
Yeah.
Kirk Cameron, and then there's a reboot with Nicolas Cage, and that's even
No.
worse than the Kirk Cameron ones. Believe it or not.
How he could do it, but hold my beer.
Yes, I actually enjoyed the Left Behind series. It was really good.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds riveting.
Hallelujah. All right, it is like an end of the world story.
Yeah,
so,
praise be.
Praise be.
Yeah, before all the zombie stuff, and there was, this is like the oldest zombie story in the history of
Walking Dead would have never been here without this.
Exactly.
Coming up next, we've got some Linkin Park tickets. We'll play our game, Finish That Lyric. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
.1059 The Brew, Portland's Rock Station. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Beef Water just walked in. Big beef.
The return of the beef.
He had 2 days
Big
off
beef surprise.
with his
Walking
dad.
into broken headphones. That's real thoughtful.
Oh, don't come in here with an attitude. We were happy to see you.
God, get out.
Yeah. How are you doing? You
I'm
already
doing good, man. How are you guys
You had 2
doing?
days off. You should be in a good mood.
I did. I'm feeling good.
All right.
Feeling good, feeling great?
Yeah.
All right, can you focus on us and not the headphones? We're
You're
live.
unbelievable what you're doing.
I'm sorry that I try to take care of my property that somebody else decided to come in and just treat terribly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
So I fixed it. We're back online.
That could have been something done in silent.
Yeah. I felt like I was pretty quiet about it.
Well, I could hear you moving around over there. And
Well, good, because I was moving
Not
around,
paying attention.
repairing my headphones.
Welcome back.
First 30 seconds has gone well. Welcome back, Beef.
Good. Now you just
Man.
you make me regret so quickly.
2 days. You were gone for 2 days. Can you just come in here with a decent attitude for
I think
once?
you'd be rested.
I am.
You
I'm rested.
grumpy-
I'm feeling good. I'm just
All
a
right.
little thrown off because
Why?
Because I'm in Monday mode.
Oh.
I feel
yeah.
like I'm just coming back from a weekend.
Yeah.
Well, were you here on
I was
Monday?
here on
You were
Monday,
here on Monday.
and then gone
Okay.
Tuesday. So my schedule's a little thrown off because
Right.
I feel like it's Monday, but it's not.
All right. Stop making excuses for your bad attitude.
Buckle up.
Look,
It's-
my attitude is just
week's
fine,
almost
but you're
over.
pushing it.
Oh, here we go. All right. I'm gonna turn his mic off. He's already pushing it for me today too. All right. Coming up next, we're gonna give you some Linkin Park tickets. We're gonna play our game called Finish That Lyric. But we need callers 10 and 11 on the phone right now. 866-445-1059. We'll play right after Rage on The Brew.
Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, Lincoln Park is going to be at the Moda Center in September, and we've got your tickets all this week. Linky Pinky.
Yep.
All right, let's play our fun game that we like to call...
Finish that lyric.
Na-na-na-na-na, bang, bang, bong. Let's go to, let's see, Angela. Angela's calling from Longview this morning. Hi, Angela. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great.
Are you a Lincoln Park fan?
I am.
All right, you got to be to win this game because if you don't know the lyrics, you're gonna lose. And I feel like we've had a couple of losers this week, haven't we?
We went loser, winner, winner.
Okay.
Our second guy, Laura.
Stop.
You know how.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
She handed it to
It was
a guy.
a win. It was a win.
I don't know.
Okay.
All right, Angela, hopefully you'll be able to pull this off today. I'm going to play you a Linkin Park song, and then I'm going to stop it, and you're just going to have to finish the lyrics to that Linkin Park song.
I'll do my best.
All right. Now, these songs have been out for a long time. You should know these lyrics,
I
but...
feel like this one's kind of hard.
You think so? I think this one's too easy, but...
Really?
This is also my karaoke song.
Yeah,
so
okay.
Just got to hope she's one of those car singers that she's used to bump into this.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Angela, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Finish that lyric.
It starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing.
Oh gosh. Watch it tick by. It's a valuable thing.
No, I'm sorry.
You're on the right track.
I'm sorry.
The lyric is, watch it fly by as the pendulum swings.
Watch it fly by
As the pendulum swings.
Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away.
Sorry. Angela, you got to listen to us give your tickets to somebody who did nothing.
Bummer.
Absolutely nothing.
Oh, bummer.
That person's name is Daniel. Damn, Daniel, you just got yourself Linkin Park tickets.
In the white vans.
Ooh, thank you.
There it is.
You're very welcome, Daniel. Have fun.
Thank you, Angela.
Daniel, did you know the lyric to that song?
Yeah. Watch it swing by as the pendulum swings.
Watch it fly by as the
Crazy
pendulum
too, 'cause
swings.
I was listening to Hybrid Theory like about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was fresh in the mind.
Fresh in his head. Yeah, it's a good song, man.
Time go right out the window, trying to hold on.
You didn't even know, wasted it all just to watch you go. Laura, you and I could do the song karaoke.
Let's go.
You could do the chorus?
Yeah, let's hit the alibi sometime.
Yeah, I try so hard. All right, hang on the phone. We'll get your information, brother.
Okay.
It doesn't even matter. He's singing along with it. Come on, Beefwater, sing along with it.
In the end, it doesn't even matter.
Oh, that's really beautiful, Beefy.
All right, I was feeling it this morning.
If you have to watch the webcam just to see the face he
I
makes
grabbed
when
the
he
mic
sings.
and I sang it with my heart.
That was amazing.
He did. All right, dude, hang on. We'll get your information. We'll have more Linkin Park tickets coming up tomorrow. And, yeah, there it is.
There
bing.
it is.
There it is.
Wow.
In a few minutes, we want to know, why did you borrow money from your parents?
Womp womp.
What happened where you're like, Mom, Dad, I need you? We'll take your calls coming up around 8 o'clock.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
And now, the big story.
It's time for the big story where we all go around the room sharing what we think the biggest stories of the day are. I'll kick this off. A new Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune, new episodes of Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune will be available on streaming services the day after they air next season. Sony Pictures Television announced Tuesday it has reached deals with Peacock, Hulu, and Disney Plus.
Whoa.
This will mark the first time ever that in-season episodes will hit streaming services.
That's kind of nice, because when you're stockpiling episodes, kind of fills up your DVR.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to have somewhere else just to go and check it out.
Yeah, and then it starts deleting old stuff, and you're like, oh, I haven't watched that yet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I got to go through and delete 21 episodes of Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, I'm surprised, honestly, it hadn't happened before now, but I'm glad it's finally getting there. I think the big story is that Astoria is celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Goonies today through Sunday. But if you're not able to make it over to the coast to be a part of the big Goonies weekend, the Hollywood Theater here in Portland, which is one of my personal favorite theaters, they are actually stepping it off to offer a bit of a Goonies birthday festivity as a part of its Oregon-made film series. They are showing a 35mm print of the Goonies today at 7:30. If you want tickets, hollywoodtheater.org.
We got a friend who's going to be in the sloth lookalike contest.
Yeah.
Wow.
I just sent him a text message because he told me he had to sign an NDA.
Oh man.
So
They're
I don't know
serious.
if he's allowed to talk about it. So I asked him, I go, hey, are you allowed to talk about the Goonies thing?
Yeah.
Because he sent me a photo of him dressed up as Sloth, like he's fully ready to go.
Well, I mean, if he had to sign an NDA and now he's like telling us and like sending us pictures and stuff, I'd imagine that's
He's in violation.
That's probably
Well, he did-
on. Like, I'm
he
sure
did send me the
that's
photos
fine,
and
right?
stuff before he said he had to sign an NDA. So maybe
Okay, maybe that was later.
maybe he screwed up.
No,
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
I think he's fine.
But yeah, we should talk to Bayman, the owner of the Goonies house, and see. Maybe I can reach out to him and talk to him today or tomorrow.
I mean, this would be the weekend to do it. He's probably super busy, but
Yeah.
He's all over Astoria. Keep seeing him on TikTok.
He invited us out there. So Bayman, the owner of the Goonies house, invited us out to watch the Super Bowl at the Goonies house. But
like
we couldn't make
long
it.
time ago.
Was it last Super Bowl? Or the one before that?
I think it was two. It was last one.
Okay.
It was 2 Super Bowls, yeah.
Yeah, we couldn't end up going. We didn't end up going because we couldn't make it.
I
But
just hope he hasn't forgotten about us.
I know. Well, we talked to him, what 2 months ago or something like that?
Yeah.
So we reached out to him again, like, hey, man, what about hanging out at the Goonies house? It's funny because the owner of the Goonies house reached out to us, and you know who else heard us talking about him and reached out to us? The owner of the Short Circuit House.
Yeah, and they were
Astoria.
like, yeah, come on out.
They told us we could stay there. And I want to stay at the Short Circuit House more than I want to stay at the Goonies house.
Well, I mean, we've got the message, so.
Because the Short Circuit House has a view of that beautiful bridge in Astoria. You know, and I loved that movie as a kid.
That's true, but how's Beef going to do the truffle shuffle on the porch over there? You know what I mean?
Just do it at both places.
The big story to me is a Montana teen has become the youngest to climb the 7 summits.
Whoa.
Laura, I know you like a good hike, but this lady is cast in a bit of a shadow, becoming the youngest woman to climb the highest mountain on every continent.
Wow.
Now, she just finished with Everest. She reached the summit at 17 years, 2 months, 24 days.
Get it! Yes!
And by doing that, she's the youngest American woman to summit Mount Everest as well, with an elevation of 29,000
Wait,
feet.
she's 17?
17, and she's already done all
like
the big dogs.
Like Antarctica?
That's what it
Like,
says.
how do you even get to Antarctica? Let
Someone's
alone-
got some money.
Yeah,
that's
she's definitely
wild.
not on food stamps.
Well, that's cool. I mean, you know,
Damn, son.
you're kind of peaking early.
Yeah, what do
That's
you
fun.
do after that?
You just hit the couch.
Yeah.
More on those stories at 1059thebrew.com. Coming up next, we want to know, why did you have to borrow money from your parents? Mr. Beast, the YouTuber, apparently had to borrow money even though he's a billionaire. We'll tell you why and take your calls coming up right after the Pumpkins. Happy Thursday. It's 1059 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers.
All right, this morning we'd like to know, why did you have to borrow money from your parents?
Oh.
I understand it might be embarrassing. You don't have to share your real name if you don't want to. You can always send us a talkback message to our iHeartRadio app or a text message at 98197. But, you know, some people hit hard times. Some people, maybe they haven't hit hard times, but they, you know, need to put a big deposit down on a house or whatever it is. Or they need to pay a debt that... You know, like if you don't pay it, they're gonna hurt your credit score or something.
Gonna come for you.
Yeah, like why did you have to borrow money from your parents? The reason we are asking is because Mr. Beast, the YouTuber, everyone knows who Mr. Beast is, whether you watch him or not. You probably have a good idea who he is.
Yep.
The kid is, I'm pretty sure, worth $1 billion. And there's
Close to it, if not, right? They tried to buy him out for less than that, and he laughed it off.
Yeah, let me see. How much is Mr.
I have it here.
Beast worth?
He is worth $1 billion, is
Jeez
what this
Louise.
says.
What a
and
rise.
Maybe,
Not even
maybe
30.
more. Yeah, I know. He's 27.
Yeah. So apparently he had a story came out this week that he had to borrow money from his parents.
Yeah.
Because yes, on paper, he's a billionaire. It's kind of like with Elon Musk. He's a billionaire, but he doesn't have that in liquid cash. You know, he can't just go to the bank and withdraw $300 billion or whatever it is.
Yeah, he's smart about it. He says he reinvests everything, so he doesn't have the liquid.
Okay.
You know, but I mean, yeah,
So
he's worth a ton of cash.
How much did he borrow from his parents, and why did he borrow it again?
It doesn't. It
For the
does
wedding.
not say how much, but yeah, he had to borrow money from his mom for his upcoming wedding.
And the guy is a billionaire
Yes.
on paper.
Yep.
And so it's just kind of odd, like, wow. But it's because, like Laura just said, he invests his money in his product or whatever.
And he said this year they plan to spend $250 million just on content.
Wow.
So it all goes back into the product, basically.
So, hey, Mom, listen, I know that I'm worth a lot, but I got a bit of a problem. How do you make that call?
And she's like,
for
I
him-
don't have my own line of protein bars. I don't know, bro. You figure it out.
I think he says, relax, you know I'm good for it.
I'm good for it, yeah.
Like,
for sure.
I'm going to buy you 5 houses, Mom. I'm a billionaire.
I guess I struggle with his financial structure. Like, if you're making that much money, you wouldn't have 50 grand in an account somewhere.
It is weird
Or
that he has
limits on your credit cards.
Like,
and, you know,
you
he's
get a
also
salary.
He's also an internet star. So everything he says has to have a little bit of, oh, my God, I wouldn't even get married if it wasn't for my mom. So
Yeah.
take it with a grain of salt with Mr. Beast.
I agree, yeah, because you never really know what's going on with
He
these people.
could have got a line of credit, yes. Anyway, at any bank in America.
Well, I just feel like, does he not draw a check from his business endeavors? It seems like he would get paid.
Not right now,
it does
maybe.
feel weird that he has $0 in a savings account somewhere.
But I just don't believe that.
Like chocolate bars at Target.
Maybe you don't have an actual like savings account like we have or something. But there's the guy has money. You know what I mean? Like the guy is not living like we're living.
You could wiggle your nose and get it done.
So I don't really understand that. Like they say, like, oh, Elon Musk doesn't like have a house. Okay, but that doesn't mean he's not. He doesn't mean he's living on people's couches.
Right, he's not asking his mom for money.
There's a card somewhere that never gets denied.
Like these people are so rich that I guess that actual houses are above them because they're traveling so much and they live in penthouses and
they don't see the need for it. Maybe there's the story about Meryl Streep where she wanted a candy bar, but she didn't have a credit card of her own. It's like another star had to loan her $20, like actual currency, because she hadn't seen any in so long.
Right.
You just get to that point where you're not like the rest of us.
Yeah. So did you have to borrow money from your parents? 866-445-1059. Why did you have to do it? Anybody in here ever have to borrow money from their mom or dad?
A ton of times. I mean, and I'll be the first to say it. My name's all over it. If it wasn't for my parents, I wouldn't be in this career. I wouldn't have gotten my first house. You know, like a guy who's making $20,000 a year in his 20s can't buy a house without somebody to loan you a couple dollars.
Yeah.
So my first house, I needed $5,000 down payment. They loaned it to me. You know, and I think a loan is different than a mooch. You know, it's like here's another one. I blew a head gasket on I-5 in a car when I had that same salary. What am I supposed to do? Not have a car?
Right.
So they loan me the money to fix the head gasket. Like, and that's the luxury of having a good parent. A good kid pays them back.
Right.
866-445-1059. I've never borrowed money from my mom because she doesn't have any money.
Yeah.
But I did borrow money from my grandmother once, which I paid back. I got sued and I needed to pay for a lawyer. And I tapped out my IRA at the time. I tapped out my savings at the time, and then she helped me with the rest.
Yeah.
And I paid her back. It took me like 6 or 7 years to pay her back, but I got to pay
But you
back.
did it. Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys are also talking about circumstances. It's not like you're living like a scoundrel and like you just didn't get your stuff together. Like you guys both encountered situations that are always difficult to overcome no matter what your age is, right? Like,
Well, Drew had a severe gambling addiction, but yes.
How do you think there was no money?
An unexpected car breakdown or what? I mean, those things they'll cripple you.
Right.
What about you, Beef? You ever have to borrow money from your parents, your folks?
I have been pretty self-sufficient. I've also, been a master of being broke. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you know how to handle it.
Could survive.
Yeah.
You know?
Like 3 packs of ramen, you can live on for a week.
And I also had awesome friend group. I feel like my friend group, we helped support each other. You know what I mean? Like nobody ever let anybody starve. And everybody got brought along for whatever fun was to be had.
Laura, what about you? Did your mom ever hook you up?
Yeah, I'm sure there were times along the way, but I feel like you and I, Tanner, are kind of in the same boat where my mom never had a lot of money. She may have helped me out more if she had the resources, but probably college is the last time like she would pay my tuition bills, and then I paid the loans when I graduated. But that's probably the last big chunk of change she gave to me that I had to pay back.
Right.
Yeah.
It's always nice when somebody lets you borrow money and they're like, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
it's usually a family member who does
like,
that.
No, I'll give it back. And they're like, no, I insist. You're like, okay.
The zero interest on the loan is a gift in
so
itself.
nice.
It's like, oh, I got to pay it back. You're like, you would have paid the bank 3 times that.
Yeah, Mimi, she gave me 0 interest, and it was a lifesaver.
And that's love. I hope to be able to do that for my kid.
866-445-1059. Did you have to borrow money from your parents? What happened? Why did you have to do it, like Mr. Beast? We got talkback messages coming in through our iHeartRadio app.
Morning, Bird Crew. Never had to borrow any money from Mom and Pop, but mostly because they were broker than I am and still are broker than I am. But my wife's side, they had an aunt who helped us put a down payment on the house we currently have and still waiting to pay off in the next 30 years.
Nice to have family like that. Let's go to Siri and Steve. Good morning, Siri and Steve.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, man, I had to borrow money from my parents when I bought my first house. I spent all my money on a down payment and fixing it up a little bit. At the end of the day, I had pretty crappy appliances, but my parents said, yeah, let's go ahead and use a credit card, and they bought me the fridge, the range, and everything else.
That's
the
nice.
Dishwasher and yeah.
Did you
So
pay them?
I was hoping it's gonna be like a house gift, but
You had to
No,
pay him
they're
back.
like, you got to pay that back, son.
Like,
but yeah, I did. I ended up.
what about
paying-
like the refrigerator? That could be like
come on. I buy 2 get 1 free.
Yeah.
How much? How much do they end up giving you for all that stuff? Like a couple thousand?
Yeah, I think like around 2,200. I think it was.
Okay.
That's not bad at all, though. That's pretty
Man,
good.
now a new refrigerator costs $3,000.
I know,
it feels
man.
like.
You want one of those with the little TV screen
Yeah.
on it?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
I'm
Yeah, right now if you go buy that smart fridge, man, they're like $7,000.
That's crazy.
I do want one of those fridges where if I'm like at the store and I go, gee, do I have any milk? And you can just check on a video camera. Like there's
Yeah.
camera and it'll just tell you.
Looks inside it.
All right, Steve, appreciate you, bro. Had to borrow about, what, $2,200 from his folks. Not bad. We do have some more talkback messages coming in. Why did you have to borrow money from your parents?
Hey guys, back in 2009, I had to borrow $29,000 to pay for all my chemo meds. All right. Thanks, guys. Bye.
That's insane.
I mean, that is...
Well, the fact that he's here is a big-time win.
Yeah, and it's better than being riddled with all that medical debt.
I feel like
Yeah,
medical
that's
debt
true.
It's crazy.
needs to be partially relieved. Like, if you can prove it to a court that it was for chemo, they give half of that off.
Just the fact that
Write
stuff
it
costs
off.
that much in the
It's
first place.
wild.
You
Just
know
to-
it doesn't
just to
cost
stay
that.
alive.
You know,
Like-
yeah. It's not like...
Criminal to charge that.
Yeah, it's insane. Like they did like an EKG on me a while back.
Oh, yeah. That cost him nothing, but here comes the hammer.
They just put a bunch of stickers on you, right?
Yeah.
And then that thing, like, yeah, dude, it rocked me.
Well, and then like the whole ambulance debacle. It's
Right.
like, oh, that much for a ride?
They tried to charge me
Like,
a
what?
little under $19,000
Yeah.
for this ambulance ride. But
It's-
luckily, there's this law in
it's such a
Oregon
scam, dude.
where if it's like a surprise medical visit, you don't have to pay for it. And it took me like almost a year to get that taken care of.
It's the most exciting Uber
avoided
you'll
it.
ever buy, though.
right?
It's at a clip, though.
Why did you have to borrow money from your parents? More of your calls coming up.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Well, last night it was Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals, and Oilers-Panthers did not disappoint. This one went to overtime, where Edmonton found themselves in a power play with just a few seconds left in the first overtime. Now, I didn't realize this, but in the regular season, after the first overtime of just 5 minutes, you go to a penalty shootout, and that's it. In the playoffs, you continue to have overtimes till someone wins. So I was sitting there kind of clinchy watching the end of the game when this happened.
Now to the point, Bouchard. Nugent Hopkins with it. Here's McDavid. Out in front. Score! Leon Draisaitl! The Oilers win Game 1.
Huge for them. Remember, this series is a repeat of last year, and it went 7 games then, and then this time we're already going to overtime, so I would guess it's going to get pretty crazy. Tonight, it is the beginning of the NBA Finals as the Oklahoma City Thunder will take on the Indiana Pacers in OKC. Now, it is a 5:30 tip on ABC. OKC is favored by almost 10 points in this. I just see the defense being so strong here. Vegas thinks there's going to be 230 points. It seems like a lot, as it's a wild ride in there in Oklahoma City. There's your sports.
Thank you much. All right, Mr. Beast, the YouTuber, he's worth like $1 billion, but recently had to borrow money from his parents. Because he doesn't have, he's worth $1 billion, but he doesn't have that in like liquid cash. So
yeah,
apparently he had to borrow money from his parents for his wedding.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming it was a big extravagant wedding and they needed a lot of cash for it.
Of course.
If that guy does anything like he does on his channel, I'm sure they went large.
Yeah. Why did you have to borrow money from your parents? What was the reason? Did you run into hard times? Did your car break down and you were completely broke? Mm-hmm. Or did you just need to get a quick kilo of the Colombian Bam Bam and
just need to pick me up, Mom?
Come on, you understand, right?
Help me out.
866-445-1059. Why did you borrow money from your parents? Your call is after Nickelback on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes.
So, YouTuber Mr. Beast, worth $1 billion, apparently on paper, had to borrow money from his parents to pay for his wedding.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have that in liquid cash.
He probably needed to pay for like a jet to fly over the top.
Right.
Mommy, I'd like a jet at my wedding.
It's like, my fireworks team is going to be $25,000.
Wait, yeah, doesn't he probably owns a private jet?
He probably does, right?
So that probably wasn't even factored into the cost.
Mm-hmm. Why did you have to borrow money from your parents? 866-445-1059 is the phone number. If you want to stay anonymous, you can always shoot us a text message on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line.
But you know what?
98197.
No judgment, no shame. It happens to the best of us.
Right.
Yeah.
It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. These people are on hold. Why did you borrow money from your parents?
Hey, I don't think I ever borrowed money, but just like the other guy, we had a fridge that went out, back with my wife and I were living hand to mouth, and word got around to my mom, and she just gave us a check for $2,000. What was remarkable is that when we went to her house, her fridge was being held together with duct tape. And it worked.
You're like, Mom,
But
you're the one who needs a
literally,
fridge.
Yeah, I mean, held together with some duct tape and held shut, when the door stops closing and staying. So, God bless her, but
yeah, moms care about you more than they care about themselves.
Very cool.
That's very. Did she make you pay that back, or that sounds like a mom who just was?
No, it wasn't a loan. Just handed us a check for $2,000.
Yeah.
And, I was going to say the reason some of these billionaires they don't have cash is that's what they do. They just quote unquote borrow money, right? Because you never have taxable. That reduces your tax. If everything's a quote unquote loan, but you are definitely good for it, right? Because you're a billionaire.
Yeah.
Well, you just get by. You get that plane ticket, you get those accommodations, you get that wedding, whatever. I don't know who Mr. Beast is, but so that's one reason. If the cash is the lowest return, it's not surprising.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, dude. Thanks. We appreciate it. It's all just
All right.
smoke and mirrors. It feels like.
Yeah,
These
exactly.
billionaires.
It's the illusion.
Let's go to. Is this Tracy?
Yeah.
Hi, Tracy.
Good morning.
Good morning. Why did you have to
Hi.
borrow money from your parents?
Well, so I have never borrowed money from my parents. I've been self-sufficient since 14, but I am the parent my kids borrow money from.
Yeah.
So I'm on the flip side. I have 3 children. One's borrowed for replacing of cars, one's borrowed to move, one is borrowed to pay a vet bill. So I am the bank of mom presently.
Sounds like you're a bit of an enabler.
Yeah.
Well, right now everything's so expensive and you don't get paid enough money to work. So I feel like I'm in a good position that I can help them, and I'm glad I can.
Gotta
So
help out your
pay some
kids.
back,
Yeah,
some we
exactly.
forgive.
Well, we appreciate that. You sound like a good mom, Tracy. You sound like a very good mom.
That's
if you
right.
want
All right.
if you want to buy me some things, my
I was
car's
gonna say,
making a
yeah,
little noise.
Tanner's looking for a pseudo mom.
Yeah.
I got some stuff that needs replaced.
Thanks, Tracy. We appreciate it.
Well, all right. Bye.
Yeah, anytime you want to be my sugar mama, that's fine. Let's go to Is this Brandy?
My name's Chopper, but yeah,
right.
I just was letting you know that the ambulance fee, you can actually waive the ambulance in Portland, and the city will pay for a cab to take you to the hospital.
Oh wow, yeah, I didn't know that. Well, I wish I knew that then.
Cab, please.
Yeah, no, I'll just take a taxi.
Interesting.
They waived it anyway.
Yeah, you just call 911 and you tell them, hey, I need to get to the hospital, but I don't want an ambulance. Please send a cab, and the city of Portland will pick up the cab and they'll get you to the hospital.
That's actually good to know.
I didn't know that. That is good to know, though. I feel like.
Yeah.
It's really good to know.
Don't throw me in the
Save you
ambulance.
$20,000.
Yeah, I mean, good Lord, it's crazy. We do have some talkback messages coming in through our iHeartRadio app. We want to know why did you have to borrow money from your folks, and were they cool about it? Because sometimes they'll give you the money, but they're not
There's the
they'll bust your
guilt
balls.
trip. Yeah, they'll hang it above your head for forever.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
You've got no plan to return it. You're like, oh, you want a payment plan? Oh.
Here's
all
some
right.
talkbacks we got through our app.
Good morning, Brew Crew. Driver Steph here. I had to borrow 10 grand from my parents one time because I got a divorce and I needed a lawyer. So I had to borrow 10 grand from them, and because I got a title loan on my car, which was really dumb. So I had to pay that off. But it was kind of my money because it was out of my trust fund. But anyway, yeah, I had to borrow money. Only once, though.
Wow. Yeah,
That does suck. I mean, money well spent sometimes for that divorce lawyer.
Yeah, and you got to call Goldberg Jones 1-800-DIVORCE if you're going through it. More talkbacks through the app.
Good morning, Brew Crew. Driver Steph here.
Again?
I'm on my way to Pendleton, Oregon, and
all right.
then Kendonsworth, Washington. Right now I'm picking up from the Historical Society downtown, so probably pretty cool stuff. Anyway, you and the iHeartRadio app are going with me. I know. It's so easy. You just push the first button, preset
right.
1 and done.
That's it.
Talk to you later.
Thank you,
Have
Steph.
a great day, Brew Crew.
She's great.
Somebody needs to get her on the payroll.
I know.
Yeah.
The suits love her.
Here we go. Another app.
Good morning, Brew Crew. Happy ping pong morning to you. Builder Bob here. Yeah, I had to borrow $2,500 from my mom and dad once because I got the car impounded because I missed the payment, which was my fault. But she was more than happy to help me out. I paid her back when I got my income tax back. Wasn't no problem. It just happened at the wrong time of the year. Other than that, I try not to borrow money from my parents because they weren't well off. They're working class. All right, you guys keep rocking. And like always, go Beefwater.
There it is. Wow, he forgot to pay his car and it got repoed.
Oh, that's got to be the worst feeling.
$2,500?
Leads me to believe it was a couple months.
Yeah, I was like, yo, that is a hefty bill.
It's like, yeah, I bought a Maserati. I got a little in over my head.
So my guess is like he had to pay the back payments.
And then the tow
and getting it out of the tow yard.
That's not cheap.
All
So,
the
yeah.
stuff.
Mom, I got a bit of a problem.
You know, she does the breath. Why
And
is
it's-
it always you?
And it sucks. I remember when I was telling my grandmother about, because my mother's never lent me any money, but my grandmother did. And I remember telling her about it because I didn't want to ask, so I knew if I just told her the story, she'd offer.
Mhm.
But it's like still,
You
knowing,
lead her to water.
Leading her to the water still is hard to do.
It
You know what I
is.
mean? Like I felt
is.
super guilty, but I had no other options. I had to ask her.
It's easier to wear shame when you're poor.
Yeah.
You know, like I have no other options. And I mean, I know I can hear my dad breathing when I would ask for those.
She only gave me $6,000, but I could hear.
Yeah,
I
it's
could hear
like
the
stuff going on.
She probably. I look back at it, and she probably wasn't judgmental at all, but I felt that. way.
We're reading into it.
Like when you call your dad, it's like, is it a tone? Is it a breathing pattern? What do you hear?
Is he concerned for you, or is he wishing you never were here? Which one is it?
Yeah.
I immediately regret this decision.
Little column.
Just breathing on the other end of the phone like the alien.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly
like
right.
You have to borrow how much?
Dad, you still there? You there?
You're like, oh my God, I don't think he's coming to pick me up.
More of your calls on the way. Hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. So this week, our iHeartRadio Music Festival was announced, and the lineup is bonkers.
Yeah.
It's going down in Las Vegas this year like it does every year. This year, we got Sammy Hagar, the Red Rocker himself, Bryan Adams, The Offspring will be there. The list goes on and on. It's a massive 2-day festival in Vegas.
That's right.
And not only do we have your chance to fly down there to see the show, but we'll also toss in $1,000.
A little cash to get you going.
Yeah, $1,000 in Vegas, man, dude. Especially when it's not your money. You know, gambling is a lot more fun.
It spends pretty easy.
Getting expensive dinners it tastes better when it's not your money.
Yeah.
You can get a lot more return on your bet when you're betting someone else's cash because you're bold.
Yeah, right.
You know, you're willing to. You got to bet it to win it, and
because
doing
when
it
I
with
bet
this cash,
when I bet with my real money, I give myself like a $200 limit.
and then you're like, okay, now we're freaking out, and I got to
$1,000.
You're just like, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to hit this.
I would be like, that's insane to me. You know, I'm not a rich guy, so but like that sounds nice.
Yeah, and
So-
with it all folded up in your pocket, go get it.
Yeah, maybe stuff it in your sock or your bra, Laura. You ever put cash in your bra?
No, it gets so sweaty and gross.
In a pinch, though.
In a pinch, maybe, but I usually I'm always carrying my little fanny pack, my little side bag.
Yeah.
So
Did you
I don't
ever
need that.
Did you ever stuff things in your bra back in the
Nah, that's not. It was always pretty trashy.
I was
And also then somebody's got to watch you dig through your bra and then pull out some sweaty ones.
See, I'd have like a fruit roll up in there.
Yeah.
Maybe some
You can
raisins.
store all sorts of stuff.
measuring tape.
I mean, it was always
So
fun.
much.
Like when you're kids, you stuff stuff down there just to see like how much you can fit. Like I had a friend who would like put pool balls down there.
Oh.
Yeah, some ladies, they could put a loaf of bread in there. You
Totally,
wouldn't know it.
yeah.
All right, well, coming up next, you're going to hear another keyword for your chance to fly down to Las Vegas to see our iHeartRadio Music Festival. And that keyword's coming up right after Journey. Happy Thursday. We are commercial free. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
So the Led Zeppelin documentary, Becoming Led Zeppelin, which had a short run in movie theaters, is actually coming to Netflix.
Nice.
Yeah, it makes sense because I love Led Zeppelin, but I don't want to go see a documentary in the theater and pay a bunch of money to be bored.
Right. So this wasn't like a biopic. This was just like a
documentary, straight up documentary.
Watch it in parts. You don't have to sit there for the whole thing at once. I like it.
So it's going to be on Netflix starting this weekend. I think Saturday. So Becoming Led Zeppelin.
I mean, the story's got to be cool. It's in just a revolutionary time in music.
Well, and they got the guys to actually do it. You know, they somehow convinced everyone who's still alive to be in the documentary.
That's great.
Yeah, which is pretty impressive. I feel like those guys don't really do much in terms of Zeppelin stuff. So
yeah, right. So anyway, Saturday, make sure you look for that.
Yeah, if you're hiding away from the heat.
Yeah, isn't tomorrow supposed to be 90-something degrees?
Sunday is supposed to be the warmest day, I think, of the weekend. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be warm too.
Tomorrow's going to be gorge, though.
Yeah, tomorrow, right now, it looks like 85 degrees. Ooh. And partly sunny.
That's perfect Friday weather.
And Saturday, nice and sunny at 87. Sunday, 94 and sunny.
My God, 94.
It's going to be a nice day to get outside, though.
And the nice thing is we're at the time of year where it still gets cooler at night. So 94 is not as bad as it is in August when it's low of 70.
Very true.
Yeah, most of the day it's pretty tolerable. And then you hit like that 4 or 5 o'clock and it's sweltering.
I want to go hiking, but I'm thinking maybe 90-something might be a little hot.
I mean, if you go early in the morning, but I know that's not really your stick.
You like the afternoon hike normally.
Yeah. I feel attacked right now. Don't do
Yeah.
I will go before noon
there's
just
like,
to spite you.
There's just like so many perks to leaving early. Miss the crowds. It's cooler. It's such a good feeling coming down from any hike.
Yeah.
And there's like all these people coming up and you're like, yeah, glad we left when we did.
Makes sense.
It's the only time coming down feels good.
Makes sense. All right, just stay hydrated, especially you people who work outside, man. You guys and gals who do construction, road crew, roofers. Hydrate.
Get your water.
Get your water. We are commercial free. Happy Thursday. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on the brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We've talked about tipping before and how a lot of us think it's gotten out of control.
Yeah, it's on the rise.
A new survey just came out talking about a tipping again. And let me find this here. It says...
and we still hate it.
Yeah, no,
It's
it
just
was
so
like
in your face.
It's like it was a new survey that found that people think it's definitely gotten out of control. I don't know where it is right now. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's gotten out of control. And I saw somebody post on Facebook. I think it was just like 2 days ago. They were like, people who say I only tip for excellent service, you're an a-hole.
Well, that's
it depends.
aggressive.
Okay, well,
Depends on what you're getting.
So
what
that-
you're doing.
yeah. So
and
I
where you are.
got me thinking, like, who is the? Because I get that. Like back in the day, you tipped for exceptional service, but now it's kind of like you just are expected to tip everywhere.
But I don't think that's the way it should be. Like the other day, for the first time ever, I clicked no tip when somebody like handed me a screen and like flipped it over on me, and it was at Burgerville.
Mm-hmm.
And I was
Yeah,
like,
that's crazy.
I'm like, I feel bad, but like, when have I ever tipped a McDonald's employee? Never. And like, it's not because I got bad service. It's just because that's not
I don't
the
think
way
I should.
that
I don't think I
works.
should tip you because you handed me food on a tray.
Yeah, and I like
over a counter, and then I have to walk to this
no
table.
service was provided. Like if you're walking back and forth, taking my order, bringing me things, like
That's different.
Yeah. So
do you agree with that person's post though? If you only tip for exceptional service, you're a dick. Like, he was saying that those people who say that are
well, I mean,
dicks.
I think you should tip if you're in like a restaurant setting, like a sit-down restaurant setting. I think you should tip something.
If anyone's coming
regardless.
to your table serving you.
But but you don't get a full tip. Like the amount of the tip goes up and down depending on how good the service is.
Yeah, you start at a main line, and as you do better, it starts to go up. As you do worse, it starts to go down. Now, you could take it all the way to the basement, but most people are going to hang right at 20%, and we'll all be happy.
Yeah.
Let's hope.
All right, let's go to the phones here. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Good morning.
Yeah, did you guys see that thing where the DoorDash driver came back the next day demanding a tip?
Dude, and he had a gun with him. So the guy shows, he comes back the very next day to say, hey, you should give me a bigger tip. And the guy has a gun with him. The homeowner overpowers the Uber driver, takes the gun from him, and like as he's berating him, is like taking the bullets out.
Oh my God. You just got, you got your horns clipped.
Because the guy, correct me if I'm wrong, the guy, the homeowner had like 3 or 4 daughters inside. And this Uber driver shows up the next day with a gun saying, I want a bigger tip.
No.
You get what the tip is what it is. Even if it's bad.
Like it or hate it.
That is the way it is.
You just eat it. Yeah.
Well, he's just lucky that he was there visiting his daughters. I mean, he doesn't live there. He was just visiting them.
Oh, wow.
Oh, so like imagine if he would have, like if Dad wouldn't have been there. And this dude would have shown up at the door and there's...
With a gun.
Yeah, like that's not okay.
You've got a game plan in your head and all of a sudden Liam Neeson opens the door.
It's like, I don't think so.
And the greatest part about the video is that as he's berating the Uber driver, he's just unloading the weapon. It's the best.
Totally making him feel
He
dumb.
jacked the round out, dropped the clip, and he still got it. And not to mention, I think the guy, he pushed him into his car and dented the car with the guy's head.
Good.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Now, I do know that Uber Eats or whatever company he worked for, I think it was Uber Eats, they canceled his account right away, so he's not allowed.
Right. I mean, that's not on Uber Eats.
Yo, make it 20%. We'll pay the price.
Well, knocking on the door with the gun.
For DUI.
Oh, he was hammered.
Oh.
See, that's...
Yeah, because he drove there hammered.
That's like...
And then a possession of a gun, and it's just, that guy's life is over.
Yikes.
What was he thinking?
All
Was it
over
the alcohol, the liquid courage? Just was like, I'm going back and
Yeah,
tell
but I
him.
mean, how bad, like, to even still be thinking about that the next day, be like, oh, yeah, I remember this guy from yesterday.
Yeah, get over it, dude.
Yeah.
It's the next day.
Yeah,
So has
calm
tipping
down.
gone out of control?
Yeah.
Yes.
For sure.
Well, and
There's
it
your
doesn't do,
sign.
and it also is not doing those, like the Uber driver. It's not doing those people any favors either, because it's giving everyone these unreal expectations of like who should tip what, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
The guy looked like he was Amish.
He did. All
He
right,
had a
brother.
long beard, glasses, and a straw hat on his head.
We appreciate it. Thanks, man. Yeah, what a
Probably
creep.
his last outfit for a while.
Yeah.
Also, if you are an Uber driver, just get a heat bag. God!
I think
Especially if you're making multiple stops.
I think Uber should provide the heat bag.
I think you're probably right.
It should be part of it. You can go
Come
pick
on,
one up.
they're
But if
making
you're-
a ton. They're a multi-million-dollar company. Give your drivers a heat bag.
If you show up to my house and you made multiple stops without a heat bag, I'm lowering the tip.
And the
You're
tip is
rolling
going
back.
down, especially if you're sitting outside charging your phone.
That's right.
No tip.
It really makes me crazy. It's like this is what you do. You don't have a heat bag, and what pisses me off too is like sometimes I'll order a pizza, and the Uber Eats driver he'll get out of his car and pull it out of his trunk. It's just in the elements, basically.
Yeah,
There's no heat bag.
That's halfway in.
Just loosely in his back
But
trunk.
okay, to be fair, I'm playing devil's advocate here a bit, but like if I'm an Uber Eats driver, I'm not passionate about my job. Okay, I don't care if your pizza's cold, bro. Like,
Well,
go get it yourself.
Then that's how you get a bad tip.
Yeah.
That attitude right there.
The tip does reflect how much you care.
But it's like,
Yeah.
but you don't. Like, you're an Uber Eats driver.
You need to care about
You
your
don't
job, whatever
care.
that job is. You need to, even if you don't really care about it, you need to care about it.
I guess.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's just the professional thing to do.
Be the shiny rock in the group.
Like there was one time I went to go buy weed from this guy, and he made me wait outside for 45 minutes. Unprofessional. I don't care what you're selling.
I mean, that is the ultimate profession where you're like, you should be stoked, dude. Hurry
Yeah,
up
but I
and
mean,
get-
back
Dude, I
in the
was so
day,
mad.
but back in the day, you're always waiting on your dealer.
Dude, you had to wait at least an hour.
Yeah,
And then
I
you
was
had to
so mad.
smoke 'em out
I remember telling him like, bro, like this is still like you're still like I'm still a customer. I was like,
customer, yeah.
He's like, dude, I sell drugs, bro.
Exactly.
It was-
yeah.
That was
I'm
so
leaving you a
on
bad
their
Yelp
time.
review.
I was so mad. I was like,
Oh, if weed dealers from the 90s could get Yelped, they would have been a 1-star.
yeah, for sure.
Oh, great product, so slow.
All right. In a few minutes, Beefwater is going to be in the studio. He's going to talk about the things the mainstream media isn't talking about.
Yeah.
Beefwater's not necessarily the news is coming up here in about 15 minutes. We are commercial free. Happy Thursday. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on 105.9 The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Beefwater is here, and he will give us what the news isn't giving us this morning. What the mainstream, the legacy media isn't talking about, you guys.
The real stuff.
Beefwater's not necessarily the news is coming up next. Are you ready, my good sir?
I'm as ready as I can be.
All right. That doesn't sound very confident.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
It means I'm ready.
All right.
Work on that intro.
Well, we'll work on that. We'll do that right after Kiss. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever?
Yeah. Happy Thursday. Weekend is almost here, and we're going to be here rocking with you the entire time. Oh, I'm so excited for the weekend. It's going to be hot as balls, too.
Yeah.
Going to go hiking this weekend.
I need to get near some water.
Yes.
Stat.
I was going to go to the gorge, I think.
Yeah, you get a little wind relief up there.
Love it. It's beautiful out there. It's honestly, it feels like another planet, the gorge.
Yeah.
So go out there this weekend. It's going to be like 90-something on Sunday, so just keep that in mind. Court doesn't have air conditioning. I don't know what he's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
well,
I think
he knows what to do. They just sleep on the ground floor, right?
Yeah, and I think for like a day
But
or
it's so
two,
hot
like,
down there.
You can handle it for like a day.
And
or
it's not
two.
going to be hot at night. You just open a
Yeah.
window.
Yeah.
He's going to be all right.
It's like, listen, babe, I'm going upstairs, have a vision quest.
Yeah,
I'll
seriously.
be
But
back.
I bet you every time they turn those fans on, he thinks about when he passed on the AC.
Let me call him real fast. Because he's got to have, like, does he have a window air conditioner? Or
I think he's got one for, I think he has it for his kids.
He told me his wife just fans him with an old-timey fan while she feeds him grapes at his house.
Hey, Court.
Yep.
So it's going to be 90-some degrees on Sunday. How are you going to stay cool in your house with no air conditioning?
Just fans and nakedness.
Fans and nakedness.
Which is weird because he does still have a kid living
Yeah,
in his
not
house.
not a good time to do a pop-in
Do you
at
sleep-
the Weber household.
Do you sleep downstairs when it gets really hot?
If it gets really hot for a long period of time, seriously, usually if I get some fans going, I can sleep upstairs. But if it's going to be like 90 or 100 over several days, then yeah, we'll go to like sleep in the basement or
Well,
something.
it should cool off at night, especially if you get the windows blowing the hot air out at the right time of day. You know, like if you do it right.
And if you like do close the blinds and all that stuff,
Right.
because I don't think it's going to be in the 90s for like a long stretch of time.
And I don't plan on turning air conditioning on this weekend.
Me
You just
don't?
close the blinds in the morning.
Man.
No,
and
I
then
don't plan on it either.
close the blinds in the morning, and then when the sun's coming up
There's-
in the evening,
there's no
flip
way.
them open and hit a fan.
My house
It'd be
gets direct
perfect.
heat. I have to turn the
It'd
AC
be
on.
like 68 in there.
I have to turn it on.
Sweat it out, lose some water weight.
No
It's
way.
nice.
It gets so hot in my house because I get direct sun all day. Like
Yeah.
I don't have a tree blocking me or anything. So it's because it's on a hill. I've got like 3 stories, and so I have to I can never have them all the same temperature.
Yeah.
And upstairs will turn into a sauna. My closet, I can't even breathe. Looking for clothes in the morning, I will die.
The problem with my place is that, like, for the majority of the day, it's fine. But then at the hottest point in the day, when like the sun starts like coming down,
Yeah.
that's when I get blasted because I have western-facing windows. So it gets a bit savage in the
Once
evening
it
time. But
goes to like weeks in a row or days in a row, and you get a hot attic, then I got to
Yeah.
fight back with AC.
Well, good luck, Court. I'm turning my AC on for sure, but good luck.
Yours is already on, right?
isn't
Are
Joe?
you
Mine's been
already-
on for months.
Yeah.
I
like
never
it.
turn mine off.
I like it like that. But Court, I don't know how he's going to do it. And Court can't be that guy that like shows up to Home Depot on Saturday trying to expect to get a fan.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Going to be all sold out.
he's ready.
Oh, no. Yeah, we have plenty of fans. We have lots because this has been an ongoing thing. So we have lots of fans.
There were portable AC units at Costco yesterday, though.
Oh,
if
that's good.
somebody really wants it.
Do you regret not letting them install that AC when you had the choice, when you had the option back in the day?
Oh, sure. I mean, that was like 17 years ago, and the guy's like, because we were replacing our furnace, and he's like, well, for an extra $1,500, we can give you an AC. And I'm like, it never gets
damn.
that hot. I mean, it's like only 1 or 2 days a year. It's fine. And then global warming comes along and kicks us in the nuts.
Yeah. $1,500. Get out of here, you scallywag.
He's like, I'm not here for the scam, thanks, but no thanks.
And so how much do you think it would cost now to do that?
Oh, God.
Oh, 10 grand at least.
Oh God!
Because he would have to redo it all at this point.
Court, that was a huge mistake.
Yep.
Yeah. At least he knows.
Yeah,
Thank you
At least
for
he
the
knows.
reminder.
All right. Well,
Every sweaty night, he's already thought about
You
it.
know-
did your
what,
wife and
though?
kids remind you of that every summer?
Hey, my wife was in on it. She agreed. She was actually the one saying, no, that's fine. We don't need it. So,
That's actually
it's
good
as
for
much
you.
on her.
But I will
Because if
say-
it was his alone, that would be way worse.
I didn't grow up with AC, and so now I can tolerate the heat more because
Yeah,
I grew
because
up in the hot, humid Midwest heat, no AC, just like those window fans, like those dual window fans.
Yeah.
See,
Yes, but now I'm like, I go to into air conditioned buildings, and I'm like, brr, like I brought a sweater to work today because I'm like, I'm gonna get cold.
But growing up in Portland, none of us had
Right.
AC back then.
Well, 'cause you didn't need it.
Northeast Portland had absolutely no one. The houses were ancient.
We had AC, and once we had our house built and moved to Milwaukee, we had AC. My mom is, we're from Texas, and so everyone's got AC down there. My mom was like me. She's like, I'm not living without AC.
We need AC.
I was
Yeah.
21 the first time I lived in a house with AC, and it was a window unit.
Yeah, I didn't have air conditioning until I moved to Arizona. That house obviously had air conditioning,
you
and then
need that.
coming back, that was pretty nice.
Well, it's getting more common now because it's getting so damn hot in the
Yeah,
summer here.
It's so different
And
now.
I am so grateful that I've got it. Court, I love your face. Good luck this weekend. It will be warm, and you'll be fine. You'll
Lose
just
the water weight.
hydrate.
How
Right.
fast do you think Court has to shake his hips to turn into a fan?
What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
What?
What
Beef
the hell?
water. What in the
He was off for 2 days. He's a little rusty.
What is
Yeah.
going on?
Court just
Yeah,
No,
you
see,
need to
you
go
did-
back on vacation.
Yeah, like permanently.
All right. Love you, Cord. See you later. All right. It's time
Yep.
for Beef Waters, not necessarily the news.
All right. Did you guys?
This is the segment where Beef Water just pretty much gives you the news that the mainstream media isn't talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are the stories that they're interesting. They're just not really that important.
It's true. Well, this one is. Did you guys? Did you hear about the bee outbreak?
Oh,
up
yeah.
north?
Yep.
Yeah, the
Did you read about
crash.
that?
Yeah. They talk about the truck that fell over.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
How many bees went missing?
It was
Or got
Like
loose.
250 million bees or something like
that's
that,
what they
isn't
said
it?
initially, but they whittled it down to 14 million bees.
How do
Oh,
you
that's-
go from 250 million to 14? Like, just forgot to carry the one?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like you would know like what was
you're
loaded onto
carrying.
your truck,
A
right?
guesstimate within 200 million.
Yeah, but I mean, it was just loaded with hives, so I guess it's hard to determine how many bees are in any particular hive, I suppose. It was a lot, but what I found interesting about that story is they just kind of set them up there and let them sit for a day and let the bees kind of get back to their house.
Because that thing was probably pretty stressed out. Like the crash was probably pretty stressful for them, right? And
I was
so
wondering, like, how
let
do you
everything sit.
collect bees?
Because they're probably pretty pissed and like let everything sit, let them find their queen again.
Right.
Yeah.
The majority will make it back to their homes, and they said not all of them will, but the ones that don't, they just go wild and they'll start their own tribe.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah, I thought that was a pretty interesting story, and
Like when you start your own bee tribe, do you become the queen or do you like?
I think you need to. I thought you needed to have.
Yeah,
I thought
how
there
do
was
you,
like
how
that
do you
too.
become the queen?
I think they just say that so we stop getting worried about the bees. Like, and then they're gonna.
But I didn't realize they just put loaded beehives on a truck like that either.
Me either. But I mean, I
You know,
guess it
that's-
makes
How else are they gonna transport? I
Well,
guess.
I guess I never really considered that they got transported. I
That it
assumed
would just be in a
people
spot.
set up an empty hive somewhere, and that's where the business.
Like,
is.
why were they transporting these bees? Where were they going?
I
Getting that
think they were,
honey.
going to a honey farm.
Oh.
So anyhow, in other news, a 16-year-old junior varsity baseball player from Rio Rancho High School in New Mexico admitted to urinating in a rival team's water jug during the baseball game.
No, that's
How
not.
you like that? We haven't heard a story this good since the dude at Arby's peed into the milkshake machine.
Yeah.
This
You
is
know?
old school rules.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I knew a kid who actually drank pee because somebody did that
just
to him.
straight
in
pee or
school.
pee in the jug.
It was like Sierra Mist and pee.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
Which is better than just. urine.
It's better than just Sierra Mist.
Every time I take a swig of the Sierra piss, it just feels like I've been sucking on a penny or something.
How dare you? I believe it's called Starry now. Let's get it.
Whatever.
Oh,
it is.
wow.
Whatever. It's still
Just
not
as
as good
bad.
as the Sprite. So yeah, entire team suspended.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because they don't know who it is, so they
All
just
took
that
the
makes sense.
fall.
Yeah, yeah.
So, way to stand tall and hold your mud, kids.
Yeah.
But
No-
anyway,
no
don't be
rats
peeing
in that- on that
jugs.
crew. That's
yeah,
pretty
I like
impressive.
It. We were talking a little while ago about the Wiener Schnitzel. You guys hear that they're
The restaurant?
Yeah, they're making a moving in to Walmart stores.
Oh.
Wow.
In
So,
Oregon?
It
Maybe.
didn't disclose
Everywhere.
what states, but I think they're testing it out,
We
seeing if
have-
they're going
we
to
have
roll it out.
Sabelli Subways in our Walmart.
This is what I'm saying. Like, is it going to be one of those deals where we get the Wiener Schnitzel in the Walmart and you walk in and it just smells funny?
I don't know what it is about Subways inside Walmarts. They smell awful. But when you go to a Subway, like normally, it smells fine.
It's-
Totally
yeah.
fine.
Yeah, when you put ham next to rollback prices, it doesn't have the right smell.
So it may be making a comeback. We will have to see. But
Wiener Schnitzel, I've never been there.
I
Yeah,
have never
I mean-
been there either.
I always just look at the sign when I'm in California, and I'm like, that's hilarious.
yeah, just a
But
good
it's
spot
not
to grab a chili
actual.
dog.
It's a hot dog place, right? Like not because Wiener Schnitzel is veal, but that's not what it is.
Is it really?
Yeah, like it's a
I
German
was
dish.
unaware of that.
Look it up later. It's delicious.
Oh. Veal
Well-
is. I draw the line at veal.
Yeah, it is a
It's like
questionable thing. Last but not least, a New York park is celebrating one of the city's most iconic animals next month with Pigeon Fest.
Okay.
Oh, what? We have enough of those.
Who doesn't
here. We
love
don't need to
Pigeon
go
Fest?
to- oh.
It's a day-long event featuring art exhibitions, science demonstrations, and the city's first pigeon impersonation pageant.
Oh no!
Are you going down, Laura? This seems
So,
like
like,
it's right over.
I stop.
The impressions are talking about people like do like the noises.
Both costume
Like dress
and
up.
behavior.
Yeah.
okay.
Oh,
So
behavior.
you can do both.
They just chase you around trying to get your food.
Lady, sorry, Laura, you're our resident bird lady. Could you
get down there?
Could you do a little
I don't know what a
impression?
pigeon is. It's just
They make like little.
okay. Well, you're better at it than I am. Okay, well, you guys need to be going down.
Oh,
for
come
those.
on, you're a full-blown bird lady. You couldn't
No,
even
I'm
try
not.
it.
You guys.
Let's
I
hear it,
think-
Laura. Let's hear your pigeon impression.
I don't.
That's not.
No. See.
I don't know the sound that pigeons
Back to the
make.
crows.
Well, the High Line is an elevated park on the west side of Manhattan, and it announced Pigeon Fest will be held from noon to 8 p.m. on June 14th, coinciding with National Pigeon Appreciation Day.
Okay.
Who is
So-
appreciating pigeons?
Everybody, all those old ladies out there feeding them the breadcrumbs, letting them climb all over him like a statue and just be gross. So, yeah.
Mike Tyson and the lady from Home Alone 2.
This is true.
Exactly. He loved pigeons.
And if you're planning to go, the event also includes a Zumba-style pigeon dance party and a puppet show.
Puppet show. Tanner, it's right up your alley. You love puppets.
Pigeon puppets.
Pigeon puppets.
Thank you, Beefwater. Not necessarily the news. Hopefully you feel informed now.
Yes. Now I've got it all. The full picture.
It's what CNN won't tell you.
That's right. Thank you, Beefwater. Coming up in a few minutes, we are going to find out what's trending. Hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. And you, of course, can send us a talkback message through our iHeartRadio app. Download it for your cell phone today.
I just want to tell everybody to be safe out there this weekend. It's going to be hot. Hydrate. Don't forget to give your pets some water, too. Hydrate them.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to get in the water ain't going to be as hot as it's going to be outside, so be careful. Wear a life jacket. Also, it's going to be free fishing this weekend, so those of you that don't have a license, go on out there and catch you something.
Hell yeah.
I am. Let's go fishing.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. All those updates.
Wow, that's a good PSA.
He knows everything that's happening this week.
I love it.
And also at Oregon State Parks, free camping and parking on Saturday. So if you can find a spot, you might get it all for free.
Nice. That is very good. Yeah, enjoy it this weekend. It will be warm, so be safe. Did you guys hear about this? You know, there are all sorts of crazy drugs out there. There's that new drug that's making people like just freeze in time.
Statue
Like
mode.
Trank?
Is that what it's called? Trank?
Well, is that I thought that's what it was.
I just read
Was
that there
something
was a
else?
new one, like a super trank.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
That
Super
wasn't
Trank.
super trank?
No, there's a new one that's.
Oh, God.
Well, there was a flight attendant that was busted with a synthetic substance that's been made with human bones.
What?
So a former flight attendant is now facing up to 25 years in prison after getting busted smuggling more than 100 pounds of a new drug. It's a synthetic drug that's reportedly made with human bones. Charlotte May Lee was apprehended in Sri Lanka, the Sri Lanka airport, hauling around a suitcase full of Kush. It's a drug. It's a drug out of West Africa that's been blamed for the deaths of about a dozen people weekly.
Oh,
wow. And 100 pounds. I mean, you think about
lot.
just the density of that. 100 pounds, that's like having a human in your bag, dragging that
Yeah,
around.
what are you thinking? Like you
Couldn't
maybe
go a
would have
little
gotten
lighter?
through with a little, maybe like 50 pounds.
Yeah, fill up one like protein container, but no, 100 pounds.
That's excessive.
But there's a new drug, a new synthetic drug that's made with human bones. I don't know, like where are they getting the bones?
Well, you don't want to know. Don't ask questions you don't want the answers.
That's what's frightening is if it takes off, you source it with the death of human beings. That's not
I mean,
sustainable.
the drug trade is already
dirty.
corrupt enough. Like we don't need
More
people
bodies.
using- Yeah.
I don't know why, like we don't as a military just go in there and start wrecking shop.
Like, okay, bone drugs, we're gonna draw the line.
I have a feeling it probably has to do with like it's all connected to our economy and stuff. You know?
It's, yeah,
We do
somehow.
that, and then we find out that we no longer can import raisins or something ridiculous.
Something dumb, right?
It's just like, oh God,
It's something crazy.
Yeah, the cherry market's been upended because of a barge can't go through that part of the world.
So be careful. There's something I guess called Kush that's made with human bones. I don't know if it's a powder or like I don't know what it is, but I wouldn't mess with it.
If they say it's from bones, just pass.
My only experience with Kush did nothing but gain me 30 pounds.
Yeah, that weed used to be Kush. It's a
Yeah, right?
stolen name.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what else do we got to talk about today? Oh, this is interesting. If you like Pepto-Bismol.
Oh, I love
Oh,
it.
I love it.
I
I
love a
just
little glass
yeah,
with dinner.
I just chug it.
I actually have to drink it for heartburn. That's really the only thing I drink it for is my bad heartburn.
Can you sing the song?
Upset stomach.
Diarrhea.
Wait, hold on. Nausea.
you've got-
Hold on. Nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach,
Diarrhea.
diarrhea.
As long as your hands go up for diarrhea,
Yeah.
really hit it.
So a recent study by the CDC revealed that Pepto-Bismol actually did not show a significant difference in preventing diarrhea compared to a placebo.
Oh.
To me, that's not even possible.
The study involving 270 participants traveling to specific regions found no significant difference in symptoms between those taking the medicine and those taking a placebo. While it's FDA approved for various, gastrointestinal, I can't even say it.
Gastrointestinal?
Yeah, that is. Including diarrhea treatment, the study suggests that further research is needed to determine its effectiveness.
I feel
Yeah, I
like
think-
I've only ever taken Pepto-Bismol for diarrhea.
And it'll help with an upset stomach in that same scenario. But
they say
you
it in
can
the
look-
song, Laura.
But you
I
can
know.
look at, and it's graphic, but you can look at the stool and see what it has done, placebo or not. It turns it black, and when you have been nothing but pouring out of a pitcher, and now you're not, placebo,
Sweet relief.
my butt.
Yeah.
Well, listen, this is according to the CDC.
I know. I've
so
looked in the toilet.
I'm just telling you.
I've seen it for
what the
myself.
CDC is
I've
saying.
done a ton of research.
Okay, I'm just telling you what the CDC is saying, and
All
they're
right,
saying
well-
that apparently there's not a real significant difference. So if that's the case where they have to like change the song legally,
Yeah.
upset stomach, maybe diarrhea.
Sometimes diarrhea.
It could help, we think.
Even if you make it up in your mind.
Possibly, maybe you went out with your diarrhea, especially if you drew.
Maybe, I mean, I feel like there is like, I don't know,
I
there
think-
is something to that placebo effect too. Like sometimes it's all in your mind.
Yeah.
You just need to believe that you don't have diarrhea anymore, and it goes away.
but like when you're in Mexico and you have and the water has gotten into your salad, it is the very thing that keeps you at the pool.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a placebo, how does it stop you from going to the bathroom?
I don't know, but it is one of the for sure things that will make me throw up. Whenever I take Pepto-Bismol, I throw up almost immediately.
Is it the texture, the taste?
I don't know. I think
weird.
it might be something in my brain. Like I just have
It's its own taste. That's for sure.
I've gotten so used to it. I could just pound it.
It tastes like relief from back when I was sick.
Yeah.
So when I take it, I associate it with relief. So I don't think it tastes bad.
Like I imagine, because I take it just for heartburn, and I imagine because it doesn't cure it, just makes the pain go away, right? And I imagine
started
just
feeling
pouring
nauseous just talking about it.
You just pouring water on a campfire,
Or
is what
almost
I
like
imagine.
the texture of paint down the walls of it just to protect
and just
your
sizzling
stuff.
out that burn.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I can go to
I
sleep.
think about it. You want to throw up? It makes me like feel relaxed.
Yeah, it's kind of like a babbling brook.
I think because I took it when I was sick. You know what I mean?
I can hear you go you're like
yeah. And so like just the thought of it.
Wow. Well, let's have you sip some Pepto on the air.
No, I don't want to see him throw up. I'm a
You don't wanna do
sympathy puker.
Okay. Yeah. That might be kind of funny.
The chewables were always annoying to me because they'd get all stuck up in your
Yeah, it
teeth.
was very
And then it'd turn your mouth.
Can you do a
turn your
chewable?
mouth black?
I don't think I've ever had the chewable.
The chewables taste the exact same. They're chewables.
And they make your tongue black.
Weird.
Mm-hmm. It's
Huh.
the bismuth, you guys. It's the bismuth.
Well, who doesn't?
And
want
why
a
do they
black
call it Pepto-Bismol if it's bismuth?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's a question
I'm
for
just
another
gonna
day.
stick to Imodium. That'll plug you up.
Yeah, that one scares me. That's just putting a cork in it.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. That's what the CDC is saying. So just keep that in mind next time you got the RIA. We got a Donkey Show podcast coming up here next. It's the show after the show, totally unedited and uncensored. I'm sure we'll talk more about RIA and various tummy
Other
troubles.
ailments.
I hope so.
Yeah.
So that's coming up here in the Donkey Show podcast. You can hear it on the website at around 11 a.m. at 1059thebrew.com. Cord's in here next. We'll see you tomorrow with more Linkin Park tickets. Bye.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please